Deep beneath the earth, where shadows stretch like grasping fingers, and the air hums with the whispers of forgotten power, something stirs in the darkness. The fires beneath Angband, Melkor's ancient stronghold, are awakening once more. If you've ever wondered what lies hidden in the deepest, most forbidden corners of Middle-earth's legends, you're about to embark on a journey into one of its most chilling secrets. And before we dive in, we'd love to know, where in the world are you watching from right now? Is it the quiet hush of midnight where you are, or the golden glow of afternoon? Let us know in the comments below, because every great tale begins with a shared moment, and this one is no exception. Picture this: a fortress carved into the bones of the earth, its halls echoing with the clang of hammers and the hiss of molten metal. Here, in the heart of Angband, Melkor's lieutenant, a sorcerer, whose name even the bravest elves dare not speak, stumbles upon a discovery that could reshape the fate of Middle-earth itself. Ancient blueprints, etched in a language older than the stars, reveal the existence of engines so powerful they could turn the tides of war in an instant. But power like this never comes without a price. As the sorcerer rallies his forces to unearth these buried machines, something else stirs in the depth, something that should have remained asleep. This isn't just a story of ambition and dark magic. It's a tale of consequences, of the delicate balance between power and ruin. What happens when you dig too deep, when you awaken forces even the mightiest of beings fear to confront? The fires beneath Angband are more than just flames. They're a warning, a reminder that some secrets are buried for a reason. And as we unravel this mystery together, you'll discover why the fate of Middle-earth hangs in the balance tonight. So settle in, because what lies ahead is a journey into the heart of legend, one that will leave you questioning just how far you'd go for power, and what might be waiting in the dark to stop you. The orcs' torches flicker as they descend, their jagged shadows twisting along the cavern walls like living things. The air grows thick with the scent of scorched stone and something older, something metallic and sharp, like lightning frozen in time. Their clawed hands scrabble at the rock, prying loose fragments of machinery that hum with a strange, unsettling energy. One orc, bolder than the rest, wrenches free a runestone carved with symbols that writhe under his touch, its surface pulsing with an eerie blue light. That's when the earth groans. The tremor sends dust cascading from the ceiling, and for a heartbeat, the tunnels fall silent until the whispers begin. Not from the orcs, not from the wind, but from the darkness itself. It's a sound like voices pressed through layers of stone, murmuring in a tongue that prickles the skin. The orcs freeze, their yellowed eyes darting between the glowing prize in their grasp and the yawning blackness ahead. "Take it and run," snarls one, already backing away, his grip tightening on his crude axe. But another shoves forward, his greed burning brighter than fear. "Fool, this is worth more than your miserable hide," the master promised gold power. The others hesitate, torn between the promise of reward and the dread coiling in their guts. Above them, the runestone's glow deepens, casting long, wavering shadows that don't quite match the shapes of the orcs themselves. And far, far below, something answers the light with a shudder, a slow, deliberate shift, as if the mountain itself has taken a breath. The wind howls through the jagged peaks above Angband, carrying with it the stench of sulfur and something fouler, something alive. Hidden among the rocks, her cloak pulled tight against the biting air, an elf scout named Liriel presses her palm flat against the trembling earth. The vibrations aren't natural. They pulse in uneven rhythms, like the heartbeat of some great, wounded beast. Her sharp ears catch the distant screech of orc voices, but beneath that something else. A hum, deep and resonant, as if the mountain itself were singing in a language lost to time. Her fingers tighten around the hilt of her dagger. She should turn back. Her orders were clear: observe, report, vanish like mist before dawn. But the energy prickling against her skin isn't just dark. It's wrong. Twisted, the kind of wrong that lingers in nightmares long after waking. If she leaves now, her people won't know what lurks beneath these stones until it's too late. But if she follows the pull of that unnatural current, she may not return at all. A breath, a choice. The moment stretches thin as spider silk before she moves, her boots silent against the cracked earth as she slips toward the nearest fissure. The air grows heavier with every step, thick with the scent of scorched metal and something faintly sweet, like rotting fruit. The tunnel walls glisten with veins of an odd, bluish ore that pulses faintly, illuminating her path in eerie, flickering light. It's beautiful, it's horrifying, and it's leading her straight toward the heart of the disturbance. A scrape of metal on stone echoes up the passage. Liriel freezes, pressing herself into the shadows just as a patrol of orcs lumbers into view, their crude armor clanking with every step. Between them, dragged along in chains, is a creature she's never seen before, its skin like polished obsidian, its eyes burning with the same blue fire as the ore in the walls. It doesn't struggle, it doesn't speak, but when its gaze locks onto hers for one fleeting second, she feels it, a whisper in her mind, cold and clear as winter starlight. Turn back, the orcs pass, their laughter fading into the gloom. Liriel exhales shakily. That thing, whatever it was, saw her, warned her, and yet the pull of the tunnels is stronger than ever. Because now she knows, whatever the sorcerer has unearthed isn't just a weapon. It's awake, and it's watching. The sorcerer's fingers trace the glowing runes, each symbol searing itself into his mind like a brand. At first, the inscriptions make no sense, a jumble of jagged lines and spirals that twist like living things under his gaze. But then, as if a veil has been torn away, the meaning crashes over him. These aren't just instructions for building engines. They're a key to doors that should never be opened. The chamber around him seems to shrink, the air thickening with every breath. The runestone's light pulses faster now, casting frantic shadows that skitter across the walls like panicked creatures. The engines beneath Angband weren't designed to forge weapons or summon armies. They were meant to break something far more fundamental, the very fabric that separates one world from another, to tear open the walls between realms and let things slip through. Things that were locked away for a reason. A laugh claws its way up his throat, half triumph, half terror. This is power beyond anything he imagined. With this, he could rewrite the laws of creation itself, but the runestone's final warning burns brighter than the rest. Once activated, the machines cannot be stopped. The barriers will shatter, and what comes through cannot be put back. His hands shake. For the first time in centuries, doubt coils in his chest like a serpent. The orcs and thralls around him mutter uneasily, sensing the shift in their master. One foolishly steps forward, greed glinting in his beady eyes. Think of the armies we could pull from other worlds. None could stand against us. The sorcerer backhands him without thinking, sending the creature sprawling. Fool. He isn't afraid of what they could take, he's afraid of what might notice them taking. Some doors aren't meant to be knocked on. Some thresholds shouldn't be crossed. The runestone's hum rises to a whine, the sound vibrating in his teeth. He could walk away now, seal the tunnels and let the mountain swallow its secrets once more, but the whispers of his own ambition are louder. What is creation, if not something to be reshaped? What are rules, if not meant to be broken? Deep below, the first engine groans to life. Liriel's breath comes fast and shallow as she ducks behind a jagged outcropping of stone, her heart pounding loud enough to drown out the clatter of orc boots just paces away. The patrol moves past, their gruff voices fading into the labyrinth of tunnels, but she doesn't dare move yet, not until the last echo of their footsteps vanishes. When she finally steps forward, her fingers brush against the cavern wall and freeze. The stone isn't rough or cold, it's smooth, deliberately carved. Pressing closer, she traces the grooves with trembling fingers. The markings are elvish, but older than any dialect she knows, the curves of the letters sharp with urgency. The torchlight flickers, revealing more, row upon row of warnings etched deep into the rock, as if carved by hands that feared time itself would erase them. The words speak of a guardian, a being of living flame, shackled to the heart of the mountain, not to serve the engines, but to stand sentinel against them. To keep them sleeping, a chill runs down her spine. The sorcerer isn't just unearthing machines, he's unraveling a seal, and if he reaches the guardian first, he won't just wake the engines, he'll bend their keeper to his will. The inscriptions blur as her eyes dart to a final phrase, nearly worn away. Seek the ember in the dark. A sound echoes from deeper in the tunnels, a low, grinding hum, like gears turning after centuries of stillness. The sorcerer is close, too close. Liriel pushes off the wall, her mind racing. She needs to find the guardian, but the tunnels sprawl like a spider's web, each path darker than the last. And then she sees it, a faint, flickering glow seeping from a crack in the stone, too steady to be torchlight, too warm to be the eerie blue of the ore. The ember in the dark, she hesitates. The legends of her people whisper of spirits like this, beings of pure fire, older than elves or orcs, or even the Valor. Capable of mercy, capable of annihilation, but the hum of the engines grows louder, and with it, the distant shouts of orcs rallying to their master's call. There's no time to doubt, no time to fear, only the desperate hope that the guardian remembers which side it's meant to protect. Liriel slips through the crack, the heat rising to meet her like a breath. Somewhere ahead, something waits, and it's been sleeping long enough. The orcs' crude tools strike against the ancient mechanism, their laughter turning to gasps as the first gear groans into motion. The sound is deafening, a metallic scream that echoes through the caverns like the cry of some long-buried beast. The ground beneath their feet shudders, then splits apart with a crack like thunder, revealing rivers of molten fire churning far below. The heat rolls over them in waves, searing the air from their lungs and sending the bravest among them scrambling back in terror. One orc, his face streaked with soot and sweat, staggers too close to the edge. The stone crumbles beneath his boots, and for one terrible second, he hangs suspended over the abyss. Then the fire reaches for him. A tendril of living flame lashes upward, coiling around his ankle like a whip. His shriek is cut short as the molten current swallows him whole, leaving only a scattering of blackened armor clattering against the rocks. The others don't wait for orders. They drop their tools and run, their howls of panic mingling with the grinding of the awakening machine. But the sorcerer doesn't flinch. His eyes are fixed on the chasm, where something moves within the fire. Not just heat or light, a shape, a figure rising from the depths like a blade drawn from its sheath. The Guardian's form flickers, first as a wisp of smoke, then as a towering silhouette wreathed in white-hot flame. Its eyes open, two pits of endless blue fire, and the very air seems to recoil. The sorcerer steps forward, his voice cutting through the chaos. At last, he breathes, his outstretched hand trembling, not with fear, but hunger. The Guardian tilts its head, studying him as a wolf might study a cornered hare. The runestone at the sorcerer's belt flares to life, its symbols writhing like serpents. He thinks it's a weapon. He's wrong. Deep in the tunnels, Liriel feels the shift, not in the earth, but in the air itself. The whispers she heard earlier swell into a chorus, 100 voices crying out in a language of ash and embers. The Guardian isn't just awake, it's angry, and the sorcerer, blinded by ambition, doesn't realize he hasn't summoned a servant. He's woken a judge. The sorcerer's voice rises in a guttural chant, the words twisting through the air like smoke as he raises the runestone high. The symbols flare crimson, casting jagged shadows that writhe across the cavern walls. But the Guardian doesn't kneel. It burns brighter, its flames lashing out in whip-crack bursts that sear the stone at the sorcerer's feet. The ground trembles, not from machinery now, but from the spirit's rage. Chunks of ceiling rain down as the tunnels groan in protest, the very mountain recoiling from this clash of wills. Liriel moves like a shadow through the chaos, her dagger finding the weak points in the machinery's design, prying loose gears, severing pulleys slick with black oil. Each sabotaged piece screeches to a halt, the great engine stuttering like a beast, choking on its own breath. But as the last cable snaps, a sound stops her cold, silence. The Guardian's flames dim for a heartbeat, its gaze sliding past the sorcerer and locking onto her. The heat slams into her like a physical blow, singeing the ends of her hair as the spirit pivots, its fury refocusing. She's no threat to its prison, but she's touched its charge, interfered. The Guardian's voice isn't sound, it's fire given thought, crackling directly into her mind. Thief of moments, stealer of fates, every word brands itself behind her eyes. The sorcerer staggers back, his incantations crumbling to ash in his throat as he realizes his mistake. The runestone wasn't a chain, it was a challenge, and the Guardian has chosen its prey. Liriel doesn't run, doesn't beg. She meets those endless blue eyes and does the one thing neither the spirit nor the sorcerer expects. She kneels. Not in submission, but in offering. Her dagger clatters to the ground, the metal glowing red hot before melting into the stone. "I came to warn you," she whispers. Not to wake you, the Guardian stills. For the first time in an age, something flickers in its gaze, not wrath, but recognition. It remembers warnings. It remembers allies. and somewhere in the depths of its ancient fire, it remembers mercy. The sorcerer snarls, lunging for the runestone, but the Guardian's flames surge outward, wrapping him in a cocoon of white heat. Not to burn, not yet, to show him. The visions it forces into his mind aren't of conquest or glory, but of the cracks already spreading between worlds. Of the things stirring in the void, drawn by the scent of broken barriers, of the hungers that even dragons fear. High above, the mountain gives a final, shuddering groan, and begins to collapse in earnest. The Guardian's flames flicker uncertainly, its form rippling like a banner caught in a storm. For the first time in millennia, hesitation cracks its fiery resolve. The sorcerer sees it, that fleeting moment of doubt, and his lips twist into a grin. His fingers claw at the air, weaving fresh chains of dark speech that slither toward the spirit like serpents made of shadow. "You are bound," he roars, the words cracking like a whip. "Bound to serve the hand that wakes you." Liriel doesn't flinch as the heat blisters her skin. She steps closer, her voice barely audible over the groan of straining stone. "You were never meant to serve him." Her hand opens, revealing not a weapon, but the fragment of elven script she'd pried from the tunnel wall. The words that spoke of sentinels, not slaves. The ink glows faintly, reacting to the Guardian's presence, and for a heartbeat, the flames dim to a smolder. The sorcerer's spell strikes like a thunderclap, black tendrils wrapping around the Guardian's arms. It screams a sound that splits the air like shattered glass, as the darkness leaches at its light. But Liriel isn't watching the sorcerer anymore. She's watching the Guardian's eyes. In their depths beneath the pain, she sees it. Memory, the echo of a promise made when the world was young. "You stood guard not for his kind," she presses, "but for all kind." The mountain shudders, dust streaming from the ceiling, as the engines below whine to life. Somewhere in the abyss, a gate begins to open. The sorcerer laughs, triumphant, until the Guardian's gaze snaps to him. Not with submission, with recognition. The runestone at his belt cracks down the middle, its light dying as the Guardian straightens, its flames burning suddenly, terribly blue. The shadows clinging to its form slough away like ash. It wasn't hesitating, it was remembering what happens to those who mistake mercy for weakness. Liriel's breath catches as the Guardian's voice rolls through her mind, quieter now, but no less vast. "The chains he forged were never mine." The spirit raises one burning hand, not toward the sorcerer, but toward the crumbling machinery below. They were his, and with a sound like 1,000 stars falling, the Guardian lets the fire decide. The sorcerer's scream drowns in the roar of the Guardian's fire as the flames engulf him, not just burning, but unraveling. His dark magic dissolves like cobwebs in a gale, the threads of his spells snapping one by one as the spirit's fury consumes them, but the victory is hollow. The ground beneath them heaves, fissures spider, webbing across the cavern floor as the engines let out a shriek like metal, tearing itself apart. Deep in the mountain's belly, gears grind to a halt, only to shudder back to life, their movements erratic, their power straining against the ancient bindings meant to contain them. Liriel staggers, her hands braced against the trembling rock. The air itself feels charged, thick with the scent of ozone and something sharper, the tang of reality fraying at the edges. She doesn't need the Guardian's warning to understand. The Sorcerer's meddling didn't just wake the engines, it broke them, and now, with every sputtering rotation, they're not just failing, they're collapsing inward, pulling the fabric of the world with them. The Guardian turns to her, its flames dimmed but still fierce. There's no time for words, but the understanding between them is instant. It moves toward the nearest engine, its fire licking at the metal, not to destroy, but to mend. To soothe the fractures spreading through the machinery like veins of poison, Liriel doesn't hesitate. She dives for the scattered runestones, her fingers tracing the symbols the Sorcerer ignored, not commands, but pleas. The original builders knew the risks. They left a way to quiet the storm, but the mountain isn't waiting. With a sound like a dying beast, the first engine explodes. The blast sends her sprawling, the heat searing her cloak as debris rains down. The Guardian's fire flares in response, a shield against the worst of the destruction, but it's not enough. Not for the mountain, not for the realms beyond. Liriel drags herself upright, blood trickling from her temple. The runestone in her hand glows faintly, its light pulsing in time with the Guardian's flames. It's not a weapon, it's a key, a way to reset the balance, but it needs both of them. Her hands to place it, its fire to awaken it. The Guardian's voice echoes in her mind, quieter now, frayed at the edges. One chance. She nods, her breath ragged as she scrambles toward the heart of the chamber, where the central mechanism thrums like a racing heart. The Guardian's flames wrap around her, not to burn, but to carry. To hurry, the stone slips into place with a click that seems too small for the moment. For a heartbeat, nothing happens. Then the Guardian's fire pours into the runestone, and the world holds its breath. Light erupts, not the jagged, hungry light of the engines, but something cleaner, brighter. It races through the machinery like water through parched earth, sealing cracks, stilling gears. The mountain groans, but this time, it's the sound of a wound closing. Above them, the ceiling holds. The tremors fade, but the Guardian's fire is guttering now, its form flickering like a candle in the wind. It gave too much. Liriel reaches for it, her fingers passing through the flames without pain. There's no heat left, only embers. The spirit's final whisper brushes her mind, softer than falling ash. Some doors should stay shut. Then the light winks out, and the cavern is still. But far below, in the deepest dark, something shifts. Not a machine. Not a flame. Something older. Something patient. And it's no longer sleeping. The Sorcerer's hands shake as he drags the last of his orcs forward, their yellowed eyes wide with terror. He doesn't need their loyalty anymore, only their lifeblood. The dagger flashes, and the cavern floor darkens as the blood pools into the grooves of his hastily carved sigils. The air thickens, heavy with the metallic tang of sacrifice and the sour stench of fear. His voice rises, a guttural chant that makes the very stones vibrate, each syllable twisting into a barbed hook aimed at the Guardian's flickering form. Liriel moves before she thinks. Her body screams in protest, every muscle bruised, every breath scorched by the heat. But she throws herself into the ritual circle, her boot scuffing through the bloody lines. The spell stutters. The Sorcerer's head snaps up, his snarl more animal than elf, and the backhanded blow sends her sprawling. Pain explodes across her vision, but she rolls with the impact, clutching the jagged fragment of runestone she'd torn from the wall. It burns against her palm, its edges biting into her skin as she slams it down onto the Sorcerer's sigil. The reaction is instant. The Guardian's flames, which had been drawn toward the Sorcerer like iron to a magnet, suddenly recoil. The spirit's voice booms through the chamber, not in the Sorcerer's tongue, but in the old speech, the language of wind and ember. You forget your place. The words aren't just sound, they're fire given shape, searing away the remnants of the dark spell like cobwebs in a forge. The Sorcerer staggers back, his face ashen. His hands clutch at empty air, the stolen power slipping through his fingers like smoke. No, this was promised, he rasps, but the Guardian isn't listening. Its gaze shifts to Liriel, and for a heartbeat, she fears it will turn on her too. But the spirit's flames ripple, not with anger, but something quieter. Recognition. You carry the mark of the Keepers. It murmurs, the heat of its voice gentler now. The runestone fragment in her hand glows faintly, its light pulsing in time with her racing heart. She doesn't understand, not fully, but the Guardian doesn't wait for questions. With a sweep of its fiery arm, it turns toward the groaning engines, its voice firm. This ends. The Sorcerer screams as the Guardian's fire engulfs him, not in punishment, but in purpose. His form doesn't burn. It unravels his very essence, unwinding like a thread pulled from a tapestry. The last thing Liriel sees is his hand outstretched, not toward power, but toward her, as if she could save him. Then he's gone, and the cavern is silent save for the shuddering breath of the mountain. The Guardian doesn't linger. Its flames surge toward the engines, not to destroy, but to cleanse. The metal groans as the fire pours into every crack and seam, not melting, but mending. The hum of the machinery deepens, then stills, not broken, but sleeping once more. Liriel sags against the wall, her strength spent. The Guardian's voice brushes her mind one last time, softer than ember glow. The seal holds, but remember, some fires never die. Then the light vanishes, leaving her alone in the dark, but not, she realizes, unmarked. The runestone's glow lingers in her palm, a faint, steady pulse, like a heartbeat beneath her skin. A reminder, a warning, and far below, in the depths where even the Guardian's fire couldn't reach, something echoes that heartbeat back. The ground bucks like a living thing as the last of the great gears shears apart, sending shards of metal screaming through the chamber. Liriel stumbles, her hands scrabbling for purchase on the shuddering stone as the mountain convulses around her. Across the collapsing cavern, the Guardian's flames gutter like a candle in a storm, each burst of fire weaker than the last as it pours its essence into stabilizing the fracturing engines. Its voice rasps in her mind, frayed at the edges. The core, the central mechanism, it must be sealed. Now, she doesn't see the Sorcerer move. One moment he's writhing on the ground, his robes scorched to rags. The next, he's lunging for the fractured runestone, his fingers closing around its jagged edges. Blood wells between his knuckles as he raises it high, his laughter raw and broken. If I cannot rule this power, he snarls, then let it unmake us all. The stone cracks under his grip, and the explosion of light isn't just blinding, it's hungry. The air itself seems to tear where the energy lashes out, revealing glimpses of a void beyond, a darkness that writhes with shapes too vast to comprehend. The Guardian moves faster than thought. Its flames surge forward, not to attack, but to envelop, to shield. Liriel gasps as the heat wraps around her, not searing, but sheltering. as the shockwave of the Sorcerer's final act rips through the chamber. Stone melts, metal vaporizes, and through the Guardian's flickering form, she sees the Sorcerer's silhouette unravel like smoke in the wind, his scream echoing long after he's gone. But the cost is written in the Guardian's dimming light. Its flames, once towering, now cling to its form like the last embers of a dying fire. Every pulse of its presence is slower, heavier, as it turns toward the groaning central mechanism. The cracks spreading across the engine's surface aren't just physical, they are fractures in reality itself, a spider web of wrongness that whispers of realms bleeding together. Liriel staggers to her feet, her own strength waning, but her resolve hardening. The Guardian's voice is barely a whisper now. One spark, it murmurs. One spark to mend the seal. She understands. The runestone in her palm still glows faintly, not with the Sorcerer's greed, but with the quiet light of preservation. Of sacrifice. As the mountain screams its death throes around them, she presses the stone to the engine's heart. The Guardian's last ember flares in answer, its fire flowing through her like sunlight through stained glass. For one impossible moment, she feels the weight of ages in its touch, the memory of stars being born, of mountains rising, of doors being shut for good reason. Then the light swallows everything. Liriel's breath comes in ragged gasps as she presses both hands against the shuddering core of the mechanism, her fingers slick with blood and soot. The Guardian's fire isn't just fading, it's dissolving into her, its essence merging with the pulse of the runestone, still clutched in her grip. The heat should sear her flesh, but instead it courses through her veins like liquid starlight, illuminating pathways in her mind she never knew existed. Ancient words rise unbidden to her lips, half-remembered fragments of a language older than the trees, as her own strength pours into the cracks of the failing wards. The mountain groans in protest, the weight of centuries pressing down as the engines resist their forced slumber. For one terrible moment, the balance wavers, then something shifts. The Guardian's voice, now barely more than a wisp of smoke in her thoughts, murmurs a single phrase that makes her heart stutter. The first fire. Its meaning unfolds in her mind like a map written in flame. Not the crude forges of Angband, not even the primordial fires of the earth, but the spark that lit them all. The source. Her hands move without thought, tracing symbols in the air that linger as afterimages of gold. Where her fingers pass, the fractures in reality knit themselves closed, not with force, but with something far more potent, memory. The Guardian's final gift isn't power, it's understanding. These engines weren't built to break worlds. They were meant to remember them, to preserve the song of creation itself. And now that song hums through her, notes of stone and starlight, weaving into the wards with the precision of a master smith, reforging a shattered blade. The Guardian's form flickers one last time, its flames thinning to translucent veils of amber and cobalt. There's no fear in its fading light, only purpose fulfilled. As its voice dissolves into the rising wind, she catches the edges of its final warning. The seal needs no key now, only a keeper. The words settle into her bones like a vow. Silence descends, sudden and absolute. The engine still. The mountain sighs, and Liriel stands alone in the cavern, the runestone's glow now pulsing beneath her skin in time with her heartbeat. But the quiet isn't empty. Somewhere in the roots of the earth, Something vast and old turns in its sleep, sensing the shift. The Guardian is gone. The wards hold. And the mountain remembers who walks its halls. The sorcerer's howl splits the air as the ceiling collapses, a sound less of rage now than raw animal terror. Stone rains down, sealing the passage behind him with a finality that shakes the earth. His fingers claw at the rock, not with dark magic, but with the desperate strength of a creature cornered. The last thing Liriel sees before the dust swallows him whole is his eyes wide, white-rimmed, finally understanding the cost of his ambition. She doesn't wait to mourn. The mountain's groans turn to shrieks as she sprints through buckling tunnels, her lungs burning with every breath. Behind her, the walls fold inward like wet parchment, the Guardian's fire still flickering in the cracks, not guiding her now, but pushing her forward. A last gift. The ground lurches beneath her boots as she leaps for the fissure of daylight above, fingers scrabbling at roots and loose earth, then air. Real, cold air. Stumbling onto the hillside, she turns just as Angband's spine settles with a shudder that rolls through the valley. The fires beneath, once visible even at noon, as a glow through the soil, dim like embers drowned in wine. The silence is immense. No birds, no wind, just the slow creak of stone finding its new shape. Her hands tremble, not from exhaustion, but from the weight of what stirs in her blood. The Guardian's final spark, nestled beside her heartbeat. A shadow passes over the sun, high above, wheeling on wings as vast as storm clouds. A shape circles once, twice, then folds its pinions and plunges toward the settling ruin. Liriel's breath catches. Dragons remember, and this one has come to see what became of the fires that once fed its kin. She doesn't stay to answer its unspoken question. The runestone's pulse quickens against her palm as she turns east, toward the forests where her people will be waiting, toward the first whispers of a new duty. Because the mountain may sleep, but the ember in her hand never will. The forest greets Liriel with whispers not of leaves, but of elven voices, falling silent as she stumbles into the clearing. Blood cakes her tunic, her hair singed at the ends, and in her grip, the runestone pulses faintly, its light seeping between her fingers like liquid dawn. The elders rise from their circle of carved roots, their faces unreadable in the dappled shadows. One steps forward, her silver braids glinting. "You went where none dared," she murmurs, eyes locked on the stone. "And you brought something back." The gathering erupts. Some demand Angband's ruins be scoured with blade and torch, its foundations shattered so no sorcerer or shadow may ever again nest there. Others argue in hushed tones, their hands sketching warding signs. What if the mountain's collapse was warning enough? What if digging further only wakes what remains? Liriel's voice cuts through the clamor, quieter than the rest, yet it carries the weight of fire-tested truth. The Guardian didn't die to seal those engines. It chose to. She opens her palm, revealing the runestone now fused to her skin, its glow synced to her pulse. This isn't a weapon, it's a watchman's mark. The fires beneath Angband aren't gone, they're waiting. An elder scoffs, his emerald cloak rustling. Then we burn the mountain to its roots and be done with it. And if the flames spread, Liriel counters. If breaking the seal unleashes what's left of the engines, she turns slowly, meeting each pair of eyes. The Guardian showed me glimpses of the void beyond. There are hungers out there that make dragons seem tame. We don't fight this with swords, we fight it by remembering. The debate rages into the night, but Liriel no longer listens. She watches the runestone's light ebb and flow, like breath, like a promise. High above, the stars blink cold and distant, and she wonders if they too are watching, waiting to see if the children of this world will heed the warnings of the last. By dawn, the elders are divided. Some sharpen their blades, others begin carving new runestones, copying the sigils from Liriel's flesh. But as the camp stirs to action, she slips away, climbing the tallest sentinel oak until the whole forest sprawls beneath her. Somewhere to the west, the mountain sleeps, and in her veins the ember hums. The first watch, it seems, has already begun. Years blur like winter winds across the northern wastes, and Liriel's footprints become legend. The elves whisper of the scarred woman who walks alone where the snow meets the scorched earth, her cloak frayed at the edges from centuries of vigil. The runestone's glow never fades. It thrums beneath her skin like a second heartbeat, flaring whenever she nears the old places where the earth still remembers fire. She's learned its language, a flicker for buried veins of blue ore, a steady pulse for the scent of orc iron on the wind, a sharp burn when the dreams come, the ones where the mountain's roots shift and something far below stretches in its sleep. Then the rumors begin. A trader from the eastern valleys speaks of black-robed figures paying in gold for maps of the ruined watchtowers near Angband's corpse. A shepherd's boy vanishes near the cracked obsidian plains, returning days later with eyes too old for his face, babbling of the digging song. Worst of all are the whispers from the dwarven holds. Their deepest miners swear they've heard hammers ringing in abandoned tunnels, though none dare follow the sound. Liriel kneels in the ashes of a dead campfire, her fingers tracing symbols only she can see. The runestone's light paints the soot with fleeting sigils, a blade, a key, a chain snapping. The Guardian's voice, though long silent, left echoes in her blood. It's not just about stopping fools from waking the engines now. It's about the choices they make when they try. She could go alone. The scarred slopes know her steps. The winds would hide her scent. But the runestone burns hotter when she considers it, not in warning, but in protest. This isn't a skirmish in the shadows anymore. If the diggers have uncovered even a fragment of the old blueprints, they'll need more than one blade in the dark to stop them. Her hand hovers over the pouch at her belt, where a single scale rests obsidian black, still warm to the touch after all these years. The dragon circled Angband's ruin the day the mountain fell. It remembers, and dragons, she's learned, hold grudges longer than mountains hold secrets. The decision settles like embers in her chest. She'll seek allies not among the cautious elders or the sword-hungry young, but among those who have tasted the fire and know its price. The dwarves who hear the earth's pain, the wild-eyed seers who dream of breaking worlds, even the dragon, if it will listen, because the Watcher in the north knows this much. Some wars aren't won with silence. They are won with a chorus of voices loud enough to drown out the digging song before it wakes what shouldn't rise again. The rumors led Liriel to a place where the earth still remembered fire, a jagged cleft in the northern wastes, hidden behind curtains of perpetual smoke. The cult called it the Ashen Maw, though no map bore the name. They moved like shadows in the flickering light of their crude forges, their robes stitched with threads of blue ore that pulsed faintly, as if breathing. She counted a dozen at first, then two, then lost track as the tunnels swallowed their echoes. Their chant wasn't in black speech or any tongue she knew. It was older, a series of guttural clicks and hums that made the stone vibrate underfoot. Disguising herself among them was easier than she'd feared. The cult thrived on secrecy, their ranks swollen with outcasts and madmen who'd never seen another elf. She kept her hood low, her hands stained with soot, and let the runestone's glow guide her deeper into the labyrinth. They didn't question the stranger with the burning eyes. They mistook her silence for devotion. The truth revealed itself in fragments, a scrap of parchment traded between acolytes, its edges blackened, but the symbols unmistakable, the same jagged spirals from Angband's ruins. A hushed argument near the sulfur pits about the great unlocking. Then, in the deepest chamber, the centerpiece of their madness, a section of the engine's housing, pried from the mountain's roots and mounted like a shrine. The metal should have been inert, but it thrummed under her fingertips, resonating with the cult's chanting. Their leader stood before it, a gaunt figure with nails filed to points and eyes that reflected too much light. "The fires will rise again," he rasped, trailing a knife along the metal's edge. It left no mark, not as tools, but as gates. Liriel's blood turned to ice. They didn't just have the blueprints, they'd begun to understand them. Worse, the runestone's pulse had quickened the moment she'd entered the chamber, not in warning, but in recognition. The cult's prize wasn't a replica. It was a piece of the original mechanism, still humming with dormant power. She edged closer, feigning reverence, her mind racing. Destroying it here would trigger a slaughter, but leaving it meant gambling with time she didn't have. Then the leader turned, his gaze sliding over the crowd and lingering on her unmarked hands. The runestone flared in response, its light seeping through her sleeve. No more hiding. The cult's cries turned to snarls as she lunged, not for the leader, but for the fragment of machinery. Her fingers closed around it just as the first blade grazed her ribs. The pain was distant, unimportant. What mattered was the shockwave that followed, a silent, invisible tremor that rippled outward, making every torch in the chamber gutter. The cultists staggered, clutching their heads as if struck by a sudden migraine. The runestone's voice, silent for years, hissed through her thoughts like steam. They hear it now, the song of breaking, and for the first time, so did she. The cult leader's fingers trembled not with fear, but with rapture as he pressed his palms against the engine fragment. Up close, Liriel could see the truth. This was no mere scholar. His eyes held the hollow gleam of one who'd stared too long into the void and found it staring back. The symbols carved into his forehead weren't tattoos. They were burns, still weeping faint trails of smoke. "You don't understand," he whispered, though his voice carried through the chamber like a struck bell. They showed me how the pieces fit. Dark energy crackled along the metal's surface, responding to his touch with a sound like bones breaking. The runestone at Liriel's wrist flared white hot, its light slicing through the gloom to reveal the horror they'd missed. The engine fragment wasn't inert. Thin tendrils of blue-black energy had already crept across the floor, weaving through the cultists' bare feet like roots, seeking water. Where they touched flesh, the skin turned translucent, revealing glimpses of something writhing beneath. She lunged, her dagger aimed not at the leader's heart, but at the twisted metal in his grasp. Too late. His laughter curdled into a shriek as the energy surged upward, splitting the chamber floor like an overripe fruit. The ground didn't just crack, it peeled back, revealing a yawning shaft that exhaled air older than sunlight. From the abyss came a sound that defied description. Not a roar, not a scream, but the wet, shuddering gasp of something vast stirring from an ageless sleep. The cultists collapsed, their bodies convulsing as the energy they'd channeled reversed course, siphoned downward into the dark. Their leader alone remained standing, arms spread wide, not in triumph now, but in terrified ecstasy, as his skin began to split along glowing seams. Liriel's runestone shattered against her chest, its fragments embedding in her skin like shrapnel. The pain was nothing compared to the realization. The cult hadn't been trying to rebuild the engines. They'd been feeding them, and now, deep in the roots of the world, something had taken the bait. The last thing she saw before the aftershock hurled her backward was the leader's body dissolving into motes of blue fire, swirling downward like embers caught in a draft. Not a sacrifice, an invitation. The ground heaves like a living thing as the fissure widens, its edges glowing molten red against the sudden darkness. From the abyss rises a gust of wind that smells of lightning and scorched metal, and with it, a flicker of familiar fire. The Guardian's spirit isn't gone. It's been waiting, watching, and now, as the cult's leader teeters on the brink of the void, his body unraveling into threads of blue flame, the last ember of the mountain's sentinel surges upward in a column of gold and crimson. Liriel's breath catches. The Guardian's form is fragmented, its flames thin as parchment, but its voice rings clear in her mind. The seal must hold. She doesn't hesitate. Gripping the engine fragment with both hands, she flings herself toward the fissure's edge, not to jump, but to meet the Guardian halfway. The moment their energies collide, the world narrows to a single, searing point of light. The cult's screams fade. The trembling earth stills. There's only the weight of the fragment in her grasp, and the Guardian's fire weaving through her fingers like liquid sunlight, stitching the broken metal back into something whole. The cult leader lunges, his outstretched fingers grazing her arm, and that's all it takes. The Guardian's flames whip around him like chains, dragging him toward the abyss. His shriek isn't one of fear, but betrayal. They promised me kingdoms, he wails, clawing at the air. The Guardian's reply is silent, but Liriel feels it in her bones. Some promises are lies. Some doors open only inward. With a final surge of light, the fissure snaps shut like a jaw. The cult leader's cry cuts off mid-breath, swallowed by the dark. Around them, the remaining acolytes collapse, their stolen energy dissipating like smoke. The chamber falls silent save for the faint hiss of cooling stone. Liriel sinks to her knees, the sealed fragment cradled in her lap. The Guardian's fire flickers once, twice, then dims to a single spark that drifts toward her, brushing her forehead like a kiss. Warmth floods her veins, carrying a whisper too soft for words. Gratitude, farewell. Then the light vanishes, leaving her alone in the ruins. But the weight in her hands isn't just metal anymore. It's a testament, a warning, and somewhere far below, the mountain exhales, its long watch finally over. The wind howls across the cliff's edge, tugging at Liriel's cloak like an impatient child, as she stares toward the jagged silhouette of Angband's ruins. The mountain looks smaller now, just another shadow on the horizon. Its fire's long cold, but the weight in her chest hasn't lessened. Somewhere beneath those broken stones, the Guardian's final spark sleeps alongside the engines, their silence more fragile than the morning frost already forming on her boots. She flexes her left hand absently, tracing the raised scars where the runestone once burned against her skin. The mark doesn't ache anymore, but it pulses, sometimes a quiet reminder when travelers whisper of strange lights in the northern wastes, or when dwarven miners speak of tunnels that echo with no source. The world believes the danger passed when the mountain fell. She knows better. Behind her, the scrape of talons on stone breaks the silence. She doesn't turn. The dragon's breath warms her back before its voice rumbles through the rock beneath her feet. They stir in their sleep. Its words aren't spoken aloud. They slither into her mind like smoke, carrying the scent of charred iron and old blood. Liriel finally glances over her shoulder. The beast's scales gleam like polished obsidian in the weak sunlight, each one etched with runes older than elven tongues. Its eyes hold no pupil, just endless pits of smoldering gold. She knows why it's here, not for gratitude, not for alliance. Dragons remember debts, and this one hasn't forgotten who woke the fire that scorched its kin from the skies. They always stir, she replies, turning her palm upward. The scar glints faintly, reflecting the dragon's gaze, but the seal holds. For now, the unspoken words hang between them, heavier than the mountain itself. The dragon exhales a plume of sulfur-scented steam, its tail lashing once before stilling. When it speaks again, the voice is different. Not the dragon's, but something layered beneath, older and hungrier. Seals rust, chains break. What then, little keeper? A gust of wind screams up the cliff face, nearly stealing her breath. Somewhere south, beyond the tangled forests and the silver rivers, her people are waiting. The elders with their scrolls and warnings, the young warriors with their bright blades and brighter anger. None of them understand what truly sleeps beneath the world's skin. But the dragon does. Liriel meets its gaze without flinching. Then we light new fires. The beast rumbles not a laugh, but something closer to approval. Its wings stretch, blotting out the sun as it leaps into the sky, circling once before vanishing into the clouds. Alone again, Liriel takes one last look at the distant mountain. Her fingers find the hilt of her dagger, its blade forged from the same blue ore that once powered Melkor's nightmares. The road south is long. The road south is dangerous. But for the first time in centuries, she doesn't walk it alone.
Thank